conference will start in a few more minutes. Please grab a seat and prepare to enjoy the event with us. Thank you.
Quite interesting. Quite interesting because someone is.
Ladies and gentlemen, our conference will start in a few more minutes. Please grab a seat and prepare to enjoy the event with us. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our conference will start in just a few more minutes. Please grab a seat and prepare to enjoy the event with us. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Innovation Insights with Fyodor Ovshinnikov, an event held by Dodo Pizza. My name is Lucas. Welcome all of you. Whew. I was so thrilled to be here today because honestly, I'm not like a professional MC or master of ceremony, something like that. I'm here because I'm a pizza lover. And like last week, I think two weeks ago, I happened to be one of Dodo Pizza customer. And at one point, I just approached the staff and I asked, hey, I heard that you have a policy to allow any customer to enter the kitchen at any time. Is it true? And then the staff was like, yes, we do. And I asked, can I enter the kitchen now and make my own pizza? And the staff was like, yes, you can. To my surprise, I was given one of the best kitchen tours ever, and I even made my own pizza. And then I asked myself what kind of restaurant that allowed customer to visit the kitchen at any time without questioning the motives. And I believe it's a kind of restaurant that is built upon transparency and customer satisfaction. And that's why I'm so thrilled to be here today to host this event, an event that I think will give you a bigger picture of Dodo Pizza as a global business. And so today's conference will explore a lot of topics such as what is the inspiration for the first pizzeria, or how Dodo Pizza achieved such a successful achievement in just 12 years, and how franchising works. And it will consist of two guest speakers. As you know, one is Mr. Ovshinnikov. And before we go to the main part, I would like to introduce our first guest speaker for today. He will give you some very valuable information about QSR, quick serve restaurant, and why are QSR franchises so popular around the world. Please give a warm welcome to Mr. Alexander Ptissin, CEO at DataLearn and Vice President of Business Development at TechX.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you for warm introduction. Okay, I really appreciate that you guys come today on Thursday afternoon. It's a little bit sad that it's not Friday afternoon, right? But still, thank you very much for coming. How many of you guys know what is QSR or in QSR industry? Please raise your hand. Okay, oh my God, my presentation will be useful because for people who know about QSR, not so much. So today I'm gonna share about what is QSR, and why they are so popular, and what kind of challenges they are facing when they enter market of Vietnam. And Vietnamese market is very different from the whole Southeast Asian market. So first of all, my background is actually in IT. So I'm in IT for 25 years. I started coding when I was 11. And as many people from post-Soviet Union, by 12 I was hacking my ISP to get free internet. So problem solving was really advanced skill. And I also have experience in HR. I have been helping to build international tech teams in 9 countries, in Philippines, Singapore, Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, Vietnam, Hong Kong, China, and Russia with Ukraine, of course. I'm half Russian, half Ukrainian. And today is pizza uniting all of us. No politics, pizza is outside of the politics. So what is the QSR? It's very simple. It's quick service restaurants, often called fast food. How many of you guys think that fast food is not super awesome and it's not very healthy? Please raise your hand. Great. So today we're going to talk about healthy food. And in my opinion, Vietnam is the most fast food country. Only in Vietnam you can move on the bike and you get coffee in 1 minute. You can go into 4 restaurants, and the 4 has been started to be cooking 3 a.m., so you can easily get it 8 a.m. Most of the food in Vietnam is fast food, and there is nothing bad in it, and it's very healthy. There are a lot of MNC QSRs available in the market right now. A lot of them are looking where they can scale. And right now, Southeast Asia is one of the core destinations for a lot of QSR businesses. However, a lot of them, after they enter the market, they face the grim reality of Vietnamese food and how Vietnam operates as a foodie country. It's not about, may I take your order? It's not about how they can apply their processes and guidelines. And QSR is a very complex business. It's not just some people serving their customers, having some Excel file somewhere on their computer, having good relationship with their supply chain. It's also a lot about the process. It's basically like a conveyor for food production and serving the customers with very strict service layer agreements, with very high requirements for the quality of the services and so on. And this is why a lot of QSRs actually have huge development centers. This is why QSR, when they enter the market, they need to optimize their processes and make some sacrifices. And talking about sacrifices, there are a lot of advantages that QSR provide to potential franchisees when they enter the market. Any franchisee outside of the box is getting proven business model. A lot of times entrepreneurs are not willing to risk a lot to test their own business model, and this is why QSR has a huge advantage mitigating the risks when the new entrepreneur tries to open the restaurant. You get proven business model outside of the box, you get certain risk mitigation, you also get established brand. All of us know what big yellow M means. All of us know one of the famous MRT in Singapore, how it's called in the United States, Subway, and so on and so on. You get rapid growth because there is proven marketing strategy, marketing approaches, which can be scaled in the new market. And you also get training in operations for your team. So you don't need to spend a lot of time understanding how to train and make sure that your workforce can execute high quality services. There are a lot of advantages of the market itself. There's average margin in QSR business is 22%, and this means that majority of the QSRs are going break even in just 2 to 3 years. And this is a very unique situation because right now, even considering the crisis and all of the banking industry and a lot of other industries struggling, QSRs are not struggling that much because QSRs, people still consume food, and especially in Southeast Asia, there is a huge volume which increases every year as the average income is going up. So there are more and more people who are focused on their work, so they can spend extra money, extra budget on getting a quick grab either in the morning or in the afternoon. But there is the biggest challenge is when QSRs come into Southeast Asia. When they come to Vietnam, they see that they are competing not against other QSRs. They're competing against the whole Vietnamese food industry. How they can compete with a grandmother with a store on the street that serves the QSR faster than they can. So QSR, it's not 10 minutes SLA anymore. QSR can be 1 minute SLA. And there are a lot of victims that already face this challenge, right? So Dunkin' Donuts left Vietnam, Carl's Jr., Subway, because these companies are struggling to adapt to the market. They are struggling to adapt to tastes. They are struggling to localize for the cultural and traditional differences of Vietnam. So whenever they enter the market, they have to provide some advantage that the local producers and local restaurants cannot provide, and it's very hard for them. Because whenever the new restaurant opens, they are trying to copy the model from the West or from any other country, and there is a huge difference between, let's say, Singaporean fast food and QSR industry, Malaysian, Indonesian, and Vietnamese. And Vietnamese is one of the best one. Whenever people come to Vietnam, the first thing they enjoy the most is food. How many of you guys love banh mi, right? So how Subway can reinvent banh mi? It's just impossible. And the prices, they cannot compete with prices. So the quicker doesn't become quick anymore. You can get banh mi in 2 minutes, and for Subway, you select for 10 minutes, and then you wait until it's heated, and so on and so on. It's very important to understand who you are competing against. It's literally like tech at this point. Everything in Vietnam related to food is red ocean. How can we offer something unique? How can we offer something different? The variety and selection is amazing. When you go to McDonald's, you get com tam and you get some other rolls and standard burgers, and everybody can offer this. But when you come to Vietnamese restaurant, you get a huge selection of breakfast, lunch menu, dinner menu, and it's dynamic. It changes during the day, so you can select out of 30 different dishes. It's very hard to compete with this variety. There is no brand loyalty. Why anyone would have brand loyalty when you compare 5 different tastes? And in Vietnam, it's also about the texture. And people try to find something different every month. And in Vietnam, you can spend 365 days and eat at a different place for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. The next challenge is that Western pricing is based on margins, it's based on the supply chain, on traditions and average income. But in reality, in Vietnam, you are competing against the lowest prices possible because the supplier is grandfather at the farm just outside of the Ho Chi Minh. How can anyone compete with that? The supplier is literally your family, and it's very hard for supply chain to provide that much products to McDonald's. McDonald's is so huge. Grandpa cannot serve McDonald's, but the price differentiator and the number of restaurants across the whole Ho Chi Minh, so McDonald's is not competing against one company, 5 restaurants, 10 restaurants, they're competing against 1,000 places. But the most important is that the menu is not localized. Again, McDonald's localized com tam, one thing. But you have to localize like half of your menu, and oftentimes it's more than half of your menu. And this is where a majority of the quick service chains are struggling because it's very hard to localize their menu to local tastes. And then it's not about your brand. All of the advantages that I mentioned 5 minutes ago don't work anymore. It's not about the brand, it's not about the marketing strategy, it's not about pricing, and it's already not just about the menu. There are so many differentiating factors. So what about it? Why should people try? There are a lot of advantages. First of all, Vietnam is one of the fastest growing countries in Southeast Asia. Comparing Vietnam to Philippines and Indonesia, Vietnam is at the beginning of the population plateau. India is already on the population plateau. China is already on population plateau. Vietnam is growing, and it's going to be growing until 2035. And the GDP growth target is ahead of all countries in Southeast Asia. Vietnam is one of the fastest growing countries in the world, and Vietnam is very hungry. So this is why one of the biggest advantage that you can utilize in this environment is how can you hack this culture? What you can do to make customers really care. Actually, you can do everything. All you have to do is to localize to Vietnamese traditions. Try to adapt to this market. As a person who worked for Lazada, we created the company based on the localization. Every single country had something very unique. And if you want to succeed in this market, you put a small table inside how the family of 12 can have dinner at your place, right? And then companies spend enormous amount of time to decorate inside, but everybody, all of you guys, what are the 2 colors of chairs in every restaurant in Vietnam? It's blue and red, right? So all of us know about those plastic chairs. But a lot of MNC, QSRs, they don't know about these specifics of the market. And these chairs, it's a tradition. And if people cannot sit outside with their family, with their friends, it becomes pretty much impossible for them to enjoy the dinner at your restaurant. And of course, the tradition, the Tet holiday, all of the traditional holidays, it's very important that the restaurant offers something to fit in the culture. And one of the most important things is that the menu. What is the name of the famous tea in Vietnam? Who knows? Chada. And Chada is free. How can you compete with Coca-Cola, which is 20,000 for a small bottle, against a restaurant that offers Chada for free, right? And then you have Café Suda, you have milk tea. Every single restaurant in Vietnam have fish sauce. This sauce, everybody, all the foreigners that come to Vietnam, the first experience when they go anywhere, any restaurant, they say like, who threw the socks in the microwave oven? But then after 1-2 months, tastes good. And then after 6 months, you get hooked up on that. You cannot live without it. And how the MNC QSR can succeed in the market if they're not offering the most unique taste? And the same goes with durian, and the same goes with a lot of other dishes. There's one more important topic is Vietnam is a very young country. Vietnam is the most open country for digital and innovation. When I come to the country in 2015, everything was cash on delivery. 2 years ago, everybody have digital wallets, everything is happening online. Everybody want to pay with discount with promo code, and whatever you enter the market, whenever you have a restaurant, it's very important to offer the whole spectrum of digital discounts, combos, special deals. And now everything is campaign. 6, 6, 7, 7, 8, 8, 11, 11, 24, 24. There is a campaign every month. And how are you going to compete against local grandpa who has a small restaurant, who is expert in digital marketing? He's better than Apple because he has been using it every single day, customizing for his target audience. This is why it's very important to localize, understand the local mindset, hack the local mindset, make people enjoy the food and listen to them. And coming to the topic of listening to people, the most important person is your customer. And your employee is also your customer. If your employees love their job, they're going to be your marketing channel. And sometimes your employee is also influencer. And it will happen that you never knew that your employee has 20,000 followers, and in 2 years they will have 5 million followers. And digital marketing in Vietnam is very different compared to all other countries. It's very important to understand your market, understand your customer. And because Vietnam is so hungry, your customers will tell you what they want. Listen to them, record this data, adapt, and build amazing service. So don't worry, there is a way forward. Don't hesitate to experiment. Don't hesitate to fail. Learn and repeat. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander, for such an informative presentation about QSR. And next, I would like to introduce you to our next speaker, the main speaker of today. He will give you a very big picture of Dodo Pizza and how a small restaurant, which is only one oven in the basement of a Syktyvkar, Russian's far north, has become Dodo, one of the fastest growing pizza chains in the world today. And in the global context of many pizza giants are competing for the market share, what is the way to help Dodo Pizza grow strong, and how Dodo Pizza has 935 stores in 17 countries around the world. Please welcome Mr. Fyodor Ovshinnikov.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you guys for coming. I'm very happy to be here. So I'm not a public speaker, I'm not showman, I'm just an entrepreneur and CEO of our company. So why I'm speaking today, why I'm sharing our experience, I'm gonna tell you soon, because story, transparency have played a big role in our success, in our business. So let me start. Oh, just look at this picture. It's me. Just 12 years ago, I worked in McDonald's, swept floor in McDonald's. I didn't want to earn money in McDonald's. I just wanted to see how this business works inside. I just wanted to. It was my university. So I didn't work in McDonald's for long, just for 5 days. I worked in several pizzerias in St. Petersburg. It's a city in Russia. And then I came back to Syktyvkar. That is Syktyvkar. It's located in the far north of Russia. It's quite a small city. And I need to say that at that time, I was a failed entrepreneur. My first business, it was bookstore, failed, and I became bankrupt, and I had a lot of debts, and I just wanted to start new business, new venture. And I decided to open a pizzeria. That is how my native city looks like. You need to see it. It's not a winter. It's early summer, or maybe autumn. So, and I opened my first pizza store in 2011. That's how it looked like. That's snow at the left. And just let me tell you what our company now, what have we achieved just for 12 years. So now Dodo Pizza consists of 925 pizzerias in 17 countries. We have pizza delivery. We focus mainly on delivery. Pizza delivery restaurants. The model, the concepts is quite similar with Domino's Pizza or Pizza Hut delivery, but we have quite developed dining menu, and we, for example, in Russia now we are the biggest sellers of coffee. It's interesting that in Russia it's very popular to buy coffee in a pizzeria. So we have quite developed digital. I will tell about that soon. So, and now our pizzerias work in 17 countries. In some countries we are leaders. We are leaders not in, just in Russia, in Kazakhstan, in Lithuania. We worked in such, for us, exotic countries like Nigeria. It's quite successful business in our chain. Now we have 10 pizzerias in Lagos and Abuja. It's the capital of Nigeria, and that's how our customers in Nigeria looks like. And we have quite successful business in Europe, in Eastern Europe. So that's how our European pizzerias look like. And the last country where we open our pizzeria is United Arab Emirates, it's Dubai. So, what about net sales? That is the sales of all our chain. This year we expect that it will be more than $1 billion, and it's not just I don't want to show off, just want to show you the scale of our business now. And if you open an article of, in Wikipedia, which is called top 100 world QSR chains, we are now on a 72, and we are the youngest company in this list, because we are just 12 years old, and even our neighbors, it's 30, 40 years. So the main question I want to ask now, that's how we have achieved such results just in 12 years, because I started from scratch, from the middle of nowhere, because even in Russia, Syktyvkar, it's not a big city. So, and I'm gonna share my insights, my main insights, because I understand that Vietnam now, it's not the biggest country in the world. It's not like a center of the world. We are like, I can compare Syktyvkar and Vietnam. So I think it might be useful thoughts for you. So I think that there are three main key factors of our success. They are transparency, technologies, and internet. And I'm gonna tell you in more detailed way what do I mean. So let's start from technologies. We are not just a pizza company, we are not just restaurant company or QSR company. We can say that we are a tech company as well. So, and what was our big idea from scratch? Because when I worked in McDonald's, I didn't want just open one pizza store or just a traditional pizza store. I had an idea. So, and first of all, I need to explain you what was the big idea of McDonald's, what was the factor of success of McDonald's. If you watched the movie Founder, I strictly recommend to watch this movie. It's a movie about McDonald's, and I take this shot from this movie. And brothers McDonald's, they had small restaurants, and once they decided to close it and to reinvent the model. And they went to this tennis court and started to design new system. So what did brothers McDonald's do? They created new model, new production model. They combine assembly line. I mean, the approach for production which was invented in the automobile industry by Henry Ford. They combined this approach with very popular product, burgers. And they started to produce food in the restaurants like with the principles of factories. And this allowed them to increase productivity, to decrease prices, to make the quality more consistent, service more consistent, and that made revolution. And then, when they created this model, they started, then Ray Kroc joined McDonald's, and they started to scale this business using capital and passion and energy of entrepreneurs, which became partners, which became franchisees of McDonald's, and then such way McDonald's built big world empire, huge company. So, and 12 years ago in Syktyvkar, I thought about McDonald's, I thought about how could I create a business which could scale in future globally without money, without capital. And I decided, when I was in McDonald's, or when I worked in another pizzeria, I saw a lot of inefficiency. I saw a lot of mistakes which people make, and I decided to connect technologies with QSR, with especially pizza delivery business, and create something like smart pizzeria. What does it mean? Now it's called food tech. 12 years ago I didn't know this word, but I just wanted to increase productivity, manageability of pizzeria. I wanted to make everything transparent and then scale it. So my idea was to connect pizza makers, delivery guys, managers together. So, and make everything transparent. If when you make something transparent, you can manage it, you can improve it. So why did I choose pizza? Because I intentionally didn't want to reinvent the wheel. Before pizza business, I developed a bookstore chain. And once I realized that this business wouldn't have huge perspectives because the market was decreasing, and I wanted to find very popular product, very simple product, and make it better using something new and using technologies. So, and when I opened my first pizza store, we started to develop our own information system. So I was the first product manager and first designer of our information system. So, and now it occurred that we achieved all goals that I planned 12 years ago, but now we have a big service, digital service, which help us to manage all operations on all our pizzerias. So I know that a lot of us now have one question: what is the difference? Because now any food restaurant, any players have their own information systems. They could use some universal systems. They do not develop their own, but they have it. So what is the difference? There are two key differences. The first difference is that we call it a combination of expertise. What does it mean? We call us sometimes cyber companies. So we develop not only offline product, our franchise is included IT system. And it means that it's how, for example, we have now 300 developers inside our company. it's not outsourcing. So it means that we could go deep. We are making ideal system for specific business. That we can not only digitalize processes that already exist in a business. We can change something in offline business using technologies. So our developers, they really go to the kitchen. They try to find solutions how to make all small operations better. So it's like approach of Apple. For example, Android could be used in any hardware, but Apple develops special software for special hardware, and this combination allows them to create a really great product. So the second difference is the internet. So it's sometimes people do not see difference between systems or software which is like web service or but now all software is like web service. But 12 years ago it was a very risky approach. What does it mean? All our system is website, so it's very easy to connect different devices, different parts of our businesses together. We can digitalize even small operation in the kitchen. We can just install tablet, or we can give a phone to manager or smartwatches and connect together and collect information and try to make all operations better. So the second great benefit is that we can control, monitor a lot of data in real time. So we can make decisions very fast. Of course, we can update system just every minute because it's website. And when I started this developing of our system, a lot of people said me that it's very risky because if we don't have internet, our business stops. So, but now, even in Nigeria, where sometimes we do not have light, electricity, so it works. It really works, and it gives a lot of us a lot of advantages. So, as I said, we have managed to create a quite big system. We don't use any other software in our business. That is like a digital basement of our business. So you can scan this QR code, and if you follow this link, you will see a site with a map of the world. And in this map, you can see every order in our pizzeria, even in Vietnam, in Ho Chi Minh now, in real time. Because all data is in real time in our chain. So that is the first big factor of our success. Second and third is internet and transparency. First of all, about internet. So I wouldn't be here if we don't have internet. Internet now gives opportunity for everybody from every part of our earth, every country, to tell about his product, to find partners, to find investors, to find colleagues, teammates. So, for example, there is one guy from Kazakhstan who worked in a railway station, and he started to make music. And it occurred that he became world famous. It's DJ Imanbek, and he took Emmy prize, it's the world top prize for musicians, and because of internet. So, and internet gave me an opportunity to make this big story. So, because I'll tell you, and transparency together. So there is a very interesting feature of our company. So it's transparency. When I started business, I decided to make something like a reality show from my business. Why? Because I wanted to attract attention. I thought that it would be good advertisement, promotion of my future franchise, and I started to tell everything about business, about my dreams, about even my fears. It was a real personal story, and I was absolutely transparent about numbers, really. I said, people, I got money from bank. I didn't know would be I successful or not, but you will know about that. And people started to follow me, started to read this blog, and it occurred that my pizzeria became profitable in the second month of my the life of our business, and I started to get a lot of requests from many cities in Russia and even from other countries who where people understand Russian to get franchise, to have an approval to launch the same business in their cities. And it was weird because I was business which was very young. I had business which was very young, but people trusted me because of this transparency. So, and my business grew. I described that all our paths in this blog, and all our franchisees were readers of my blog, and they started to visit Syktyvkar, and some of them asked me. I said, we are not ready for franchise. We're just small business, but people asked me, and then I answered them, we can copy everything. We don't need any payments. You can get it for free, because if you would make successful business, it make me a little bit happy, because I would feel that I make something good. And it's interesting that most of people who started their business copying us, we opened everything, kitchen, recipes, technologies. They later they converted their business to Dodo, because they understand that this approach, transparency, partnership, could make both sides more successful. So, and that is how our chain grew. We didn't promote our franchise in any traditional channels, like in special sites. We didn't do that. We found all our strong franchisees like just in social media. So, but all these franchisees, they were young entrepreneurs. They didn't have resources to develop business, and in Russia, it's almost impossible to get money in the bank if you don't have assets. You can't. So, and we had a big challenge how to finance our franchisee partners. So, and we invented a first crowdfunding platform in Russia. We made special program where we connected young entrepreneurs who wanted to develop our business, who wanted to have franchise, with private investors who followed my blog as well. Because there were people who didn't want to operate themselves, but they did have money to invest. So, and all this on the basis of our digital platform, which gave to private investors transparency. They could control everything sales in the business, and they were sure that everything would be transparent. Maybe we didn't give them guarantee of success. Of course, it's business, but we gave them guarantee of transparency. So, and that helped us to finance the growth of our chain. So what else did transparency and openness gave us? I can say that transparency, it's a really engine, was the big engine for our business. We made all numbers inside our company, I mean even profit, for everybody transparent. You know that partners of some big franchise chains, they don't know about sales of their neighbors with the same brand. But we did opposite, and that motivated entrepreneurs a lot, because I think when entrepreneur knows that somebody could make better results in the same city, he wants to overcome. Yeah, it's competition, and that competition was very productive because people share the knowledge, because they didn't compete in one market, in different markets, and they share, they try help each other, because when all participants in the chain are successful, the brand is growing, and that is a success and profit for everybody. So, and we are transparent for customers as well. That's our philosophy, to be transparent, and that is why I'm here, because all these 12 years I have shared knowledge with entrepreneurs, and I know that if I do that, sometimes it would come me back with something value. It really worked. So, and we are transparent for customers. We, for example, install web cameras on the kitchen and show kitchen how the pizza is made for a certain customer, and what does it give. I mean, this approach. Somebody will think that it's just web camera, okay, but it influences a lot on our teams in the kitchen, because everybody in the kitchen, it influences a lot on our culture, because everybody in the kitchen understands that we are transparent. We don't want to hide anything, and we can't hide anything. That's why we need to make great product, clean, fast, and it really works. So, and transparency helped us to find investments, because as I said, we developed our information system from scratch, and IT development requires a lot of money. It's very expensive to create a big system. So, and we needed investments, and I didn't manage to raise capital from professional investors in Russia, because I had at that time like 10 pizzerias, and nobody believed in my huge plans, and they said it's very difficult to develop IT system and develop a retail business at the same time, and investors didn't believe. And then I started the biggest crowdfunding case in Russian history, in business history. I just announced in my blog that I started to take small investments, and more than 200 private investors, ordinary people, managers, engineers, teachers, scientists, they just invested money in our company, and we raised more than 2 million dollars, and it was a huge sum for us at that time. So, and I even make a bet with one private investor. He said on Facebook, wrote on Facebook that we wouldn't raise capital from the internet, and he failed. And he worked one day as a cashier in Dodo Pizza. He was a man of word because he lose this bet. So, and talents. When we were growing in Russia, we needed talents, and we were in Syktyvkar. You know, it's a very small city. How I could attract people to go to Syktyvkar? And blog transparency helped me. That is a very bright example. That is our CFO. He works in our company now, and he worked for Bank of America Merrill Lynch in London. He was an investment banker, and he was the reader of my blog at the same time. When I started crowdfunding, he decided to give me a small sum of money as investment. He explained me then that he did it because he wanted to read with more interest this blog. And then he read this blog, and then he decided to join us, and he sent me a letter. And because once he believed that this big dream could be real, and if I wouldn't be transparent, I couldn't attract so experienced, competent people. And I think people is the main capital of our company. Because our product it's an intellectual product, it's a digital franchise. So what's next? In our story, we have just 12 years. But in these 12 years, we had so many business adventures. We entered once American market. We closed pizzerias in America, but we gained a lot of experience. We were in UK. We still have business in UK, but now because of political situation, it's very sad. But we needed to stop development in the United Kingdom. So we had a great adventure in China. So we tried to create a special pizza format based on Roman style of pizza in China. We created a special, very creative team in China. So, and we stopped this business. Now we still have one pizzeria in China, but we stopped corporate business because of COVID, because we needed to choose the main market. So, and so we all these 12 years we were trying to check ideas, to try our paths. So, and 3 years ago we decided to switch, to reinvent our company, and we realized if we made very big, efficient IT system and the IT expertise in our company for pizza, why we do not use such approach for another mass market concept? And we decided to start inside our company startups with the same approach, to combine technologies with popular products and popular models. And we started doner kebab concept and coffee shop concept. So just few words about our venture, coffee venture. Now we have 15 coffee shops in Russia, Dubai, and Kazakhstan. So, and we, of course, we are making this startup using existing resources, and our resources are, of course, bigger than 12 years ago. I mean, it's IT expertise, it's our experience in food service business. So our idea is to reinvent or make experience of daily assumption of coffee more convenient, better, using mobile app. So coffee is one of the most frequent product in the market because a lot of people buy coffee just twice a day. Not pizza. Our average consumption of pizza is, I mean, in all chain, 1 pizza a month. But in the coffee now, we just started. We have like 9 visits a month for all customers, and a lot of customers visit us like in other coffee shops twice or 3 times a day. So, and we decided if people are so maybe addicted to coffee or tea or some small pleasures, drink pleasures, why we couldn't improve this daily experience using a mobile app. So it doesn't work. Yeah. So, and we set a goal to have 100% orders in mobile app, and now we have a new coffee shop with new layout, new design, which we don't have any cash desk. Just special table with screens where you could find your ready product with your name and number of order, and we have 99% of mobile orders, and we have like 400 or 450 orders per day. This coffee shop just started. So, and I believe, strongly believe in this concept. Of course, it wouldn't take all of the market, but it couldn't be a niche for this concept, and this concept, this product is everywhere, like a pizza, coffee now, and it's my first visit of Vietnam, and I was surprised how many coffee shops are there in Ho Chi Minh, like in Moscow. Moscow loves coffee as well. So just you can download our app to see how it works, because I think it's quite an unusual app. It's not like usual e-commerce app. We try to make it very emotional. So just a small video how it works. That is our new coffee shop, which doesn't have any cash desk. Everything is open. Coffee bar is open. And there is only this is smart table in the center where our guests can take drinks. So that's how it works. So, and we see a lot of value in digital experience, how we could make daily routine more emotional, more convenient with this approach, a combination of digital and offline experience. So, few words about our development in Vietnam and Ho Chi Minh. We are here because of our partners. So we started international business like I think 7 years ago. We had 12 years, 7 years ago, and all our international partners they came to us and asked about partnership. So the main reason why we are here, because we believe in partners who see opportunities of this market and ready to invest in this market. So we opened our first store in when it was COVID. It was a very tough time for everybody in our industry and for all society. So we have in Vietnam master franchise partners, and we have it would be only long-term business. It's you know that I think here there are people from industry, and you know that it needs time to establish great team, to create a brand, to create supply chain, and to adapt marketing, to adapt menu for local taste needs. So it would be a long story, and but as I said, I'm first time here, but I'm very surprised how our Vietnamese team localized our menu, how pizzerias looks like. Yeah. Now we have 4 pizzerias, big plans. We started from Ho Chi Minh, but of course we want to scale business in other cities as well. So, and some final words about our company today. So you know that for our country, from where I started, it's a tough time now for business, especially for companies who want to develop business globally, internationally. So we had to move our international headquarters from Britain to Dubai, and now we are in Dubai, and we focus now on Dubai and Middle East market, of course, and the international markets. Of course, we are leaders, absolute leaders now in Russia, and in Russia we have more than 40,000 employees, and that is great responsibility for them, for my franchisee partners, and business in Russia. Of course, I'm responsible for it as well. So, and we feel our mission in this tough time to show that Russia is not only war. It might be efficient, good, transparent business as well. And our big dream, big motivation is to develop business globally with partnership with different entrepreneurs from different cultures, different countries, but with common values. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
I'll
Fyodor.
take a water.
Ladies and gentlemen, what you have just witnessed, what Fyodor have just shared with you all, is considered very revolutionary in Russia, and I think Fyodor is dubbed as the Steve Jobs of the pizza world by the Russian media. Is that right?
Not Russian media.
Not Russian media.
No,
so
no,
it's
no,
bigger
no.
than that.
American media. American media.
American media.
Because
okay.
one American magazine, which is focused on pizza industry, which is called PMQ, Pizza Magazine. They called me once Steve Jobs of pizza. It's not so humble, but it was.
No, I think it's amazing. Give him a big applause one more time. Thank you very much. And for the next session, I would like to invite Mr. Ruslan Karabukayev, a close partner of Dodo Pizza, who will share some information about the Vietnam market and how it influences the operation of Dodo Pizza in Vietnam. Please welcome Mr. Ruslan.
Hello, everybody. Honestly, I don't have any presentation. I just wanted to share a little bit our personal story, why we have decided to bring Dodo to Vietnam, and what we want to achieve with it, right? So, honestly, my personal background is that I'm a serial entrepreneur. I used to work in always my destiny is that, like, for some reason, good, bad, I happen to be in startup companies. So I started in airline business, first government airlines and a startup airlines that we grew to $100 million revenue with just a few $100,000 of investments. Then I did a lot of ventures in different sectors, like from ride hailing to food delivery, and up to then end up with Dodo Pizza, right? So the reason I'm a partner at Dodo Pizza in Kyrgyzstan, in my home country, we started Dodo Pizza in Kyrgyzstan just 8 years ago, and now we are like a very best performing business. So we do around $8 million of revenue with just 6 stores. For the small country, it's very good results, and we are the highest performing pizza store in terms of the efficiency in the chain. But the reason why I started Dodo Pizza in Kyrgyzstan was that I was always when I was in airline in a small country, we always fight with the big companies like Turkish Airlines and Aeroflot and Emirates, and because when you are even small airline, you need to always compete with the big companies, right? So when I become a smaller scale entrepreneur, when I do taxi business or other business, I have realized that there is always a fight of the David against Goliath, and all these big guys, they have capital, they have money. So our world is not fair. Rich people get richer because they have resources, they have money. So when you are a small country, when you are a small businessman, when you are just entrepreneur, you don't have resources. And you, especially if you come like me from small country, it's very difficult to attract capital. Because when you try to attract capital, banks don't finance the business. You need to have a collateral. But only rich people have collateral. They have land, something to go to the bank, etc., right? I pitched many times to the banks, so, to raise money to buy airplanes, or to buy spare parts, or to open pizza stores, and always get rejected. And I didn't know anything about franchising system, because in my country we never had franchises. I'm the first person in my country who brought international QSR chain in my country, right? So I saw that what is the way? How can we help small entrepreneurs to grow? What will be the way? And it was always a way, okay, you need to grow, you need to save money, you need to find the ways that you need to do the business that is very profitable. So your choice then goes to the very high margin business, and you need to do something illegal, evading taxes, or maybe selling alcohol, this kind of very high margin business, right? So whenever I see the very rich people in my country who owns 100 millions or of net worth, I see that all of them, they did illegal things. They work with the government, they steal some land, they did some shady things. So it's like a popular saying, right? Nobody asked me how, I can answer you how I made my $10 million or $100 million, but never asked me how I made my first million. So I see that when I was studying the models, I realized that the franchising is a way. This is the way that is a technology or know-how, how we as entrepreneurs, we can fight with the other bigger guys. And how we can, especially when we come from the emerging markets, right, like Vietnam, we can learn how to do something. Because franchising is not only about pizza. Franchising can be everything, right? You know, the Hyatt and Marriott grow mostly through the franchising. So any business, education, retail, whatever you do, any service can be franchise business. So that was a key motivation. And when I moved to Vietnam to join a big investment company, and I worked in many companies in Vietnam, including Cotecons, this company, working for the Cousteau Group, so starting my startup called Godi. I have realized that what is my mission as entrepreneurs when I come to Vietnam, what I want to do. It's not about the money. Honestly, maybe it's my problem, but I never care about the money. But what I care, it's all about the impact. And my mission was that I want to bring something best of the world to Vietnam, and hopefully I will be able to, in the future, bring something best of the Vietnam to rest of the world, to make it global story. So the reason why we started Dodo, it's not about pizza. Yes, pizza is very good and it's gonna work out very well, but it's about to bring the movement, to bring the something that reflects, gives you power. So we can train future generation of the entrepreneurs who will be able to create companies that will be able to scale around the world. Because I truly believe that It's not the best companies come only from USA or from the Japan or from the Korea or from China, from the big countries, but opportunities and talent is everywhere. It's in Nigeria or in Ethiopia or in Vietnam or in Cambodia. Whenever you look, you will find the smartest people in the world. So talent is distributed evenly around the world. It's not in one country. So, but the capital is not. So we as entrepreneurs from emerging markets should learn how to grow businesses, how to grow what we have, how we can distribute these things around the world. And franchise, in my belief, that technology and franchise, this is what transparency, this is what Dodo stands for. These values can be applicable to any business. And we can bring the best of Vietnam or any country to make it global. So world becomes not one place where only you see this dictated what you see on the movies or another place. We should move to the world where every country will present its own best. And you will be able to enjoy best Vietnamese food in the streets of Tel Aviv, or you will be able to enjoy the best of pizza that is Italian in Vietnam. This is like a dream that I have, and I hope that like today by bringing, as you can see, Fidder is a live person, is like all of us, the same blood, the same age, and it's not some like a mythic hero that like already passed away, like Ray Kroc or some founders of the big companies that more than 50, 60 years ago. It's something that all of us can do. So that's all I wanted to share with you. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ruslan, for your sharing. Now, I know that we have been torturing you guys because we have talked a lot about pizza and we mentioned the word pizza so many times. And I just want to ask that, who would like to try some pizza today? I know, right? Like, I know a lot of you like might have not have lunch yet. I'm fasting. Okay, so the next part is the tea break. And I think if you want some Dodo pizza, you can just try our store, which is in Bình Thạnh district near here. I'm joking. Some hot pizza is on the way here, fresh out of the oven. And we are delivering it here. So stay tuned because you're going to have a lot of pizza today. And now this is time for tea break before we enter the Q&A section. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the final call. Our Q&A section will begin very shortly. Please return to your seat so we can start the Q&A section. Thank you. So we only have two microphones. So I give you this one. So whenever who want to answer, just give the mic to that person. Hello everyone. I just want to give you a side note that after this event has finished at 5 p.m., there will be a conversation between Fyodor and Bolat Dusanov, the chairman of ContactCons, which is this building, and it will take place here as well. So you're welcome to join the talk, the conversation after our event has finished. Thank you very much. Yeah. And yeah, I think that after our conference today, all of you have a lot of questions regarding Dodo pizza brands, like how do I start franchising Dodo, how can I be a successful franchisor, etc. And I think this is the time that you have waited. Yeah? Sorry, yeah. Sorry. Okay, so the Q&A panel today, we have four of our guest speakers here. First is Fyodor Ovshinnikov, the CEO of Dodo Brands. Then we have Max Fedorov, the CMO of Dodo. We have Ilya Zomba, the head of international franchising Dodo Brands. And we have Alexander, who we all know from the first presentation. Yeah, and let's warm up a bit. So who wants to break the ice and ask the first question? Oh, thank you. Okay. You go.
Thank you. Hi, so my name is Selena, and I'm the events manager of a digital platform for customer loyalty. So I have two questions for Mr. Fyodor and Mr. Alex. The first one, what do you think about customer loyalty program, and how do you make your customers come back? That would be for you. And for Mr. Alex, because you mentioned you're CEO of a tech startup, and you've been working in 3 startups as well. So I want to ask about fundraising. Which decision in your fundraising journey would you revisit and change? Thank you.
So I'll start.
Thank you.
Further transferred me the right to answer to your question. So the loyalty program is actually in the responsibility of marketing in our brand, and we believe a lot in it, and we are building our own platform. We have actually a lot of requests to join in some ecosystems, but we actually trying to keep the engagement inside of our brand and not to take it outside. So, and we have few layers. So we have a basic layer of what we call Dodo coins, you know, blockchain, etc. It's very fancy. So we just give a few persons back from every purchase. And that's the first basic layer that everyone participates. And then we have in these more engaging layers. One of them is personalization. We invest a lot in personalization. I'm coming from telecom industry with a background, and telecom and fintech, they usually the guys that have so much knowledge about the customers, actually more than the customers themselves know about themselves. So and actually, so we built very nice systems that can, you know, engage with consumers, offer them personalized, you know, products and prices. and then you just make the lifetime value bigger. So that's what we do, and it was a very interesting challenge to see if we can implement the same in QSR, because this is usually industry with the lower frequency, and then it's a bit harder. Not many companies do it. And I think today we are kind of very advanced. Maybe, I think we're somewhere on the same level as McDonald's. Not many areas in our business were as good as McDonald's somewhere. So we have a lot of personalized offers, and then we have also layer of gamification and engagement. So we really offer missions for our consumers that they can participate, either some social things or some buy few things. And, for example, buy coffee in 3 pizzerias in the city, and you get some extra Dodo coins, etc. And we have a future plans for this. We actually want to personalize the whole experience in the app. And by the way, for us, it's all built on the app. All our digital media leads the consumers to the app. And then in the app, we engage with them and keep them return and buy more and be happy.
Thank you.
For the fundraising, this is the question that's very hard to answer in the most optimal way, but there are some best practices. For example, when you are trying to launch your business, if you don't need any additional resource, you can launch yourself. You can get money from family, friends, fools. It's standard practice, finding people close to you, because all of the fundraising in the beginning is based on trust, transparency. And again, a lot of people, they don't have assets to get loan in the bank. And it really works for young entrepreneurs. If you plan to grow very fast, never forget that you never stop fundraising. Like, you should always think how you can grow, and majority of startups, they die when they stop growing. So this means that you have to have mentality how you're gonna grow, and oftentimes people will literally come to you and try to give you the money. Good example is that Further showed transparency and people came to give the money. And this is the moment when you will choose either you're gonna take the money or you're gonna keep going yourself. Very important topic is that whenever you take money from anyone, those people should be engaged in your business. Never take money from somebody who is looking into ROI, like how they can increase the ARR, return on the investment, and so on. Look for the people who love your product, love your service, they're passionate, they become your partner, they will help you to grow your business.
Thank you. Oh, okay. Just a reminder that this Q&A section is also being live streamed. You can check out the link on Dodo Pizza Vietnam Facebook page. So anyone who's watching the live stream, you can ask questions. We will have people to collect the question, and I will send it to you. And just a note as well, if anyone wants to ask question in Vietnamese, just go ahead. I will translate the question for you. Thank you. And the next question will be, yeah, I think I saw you.
So my question is for you. We're engineers, and we're in the middle of digital transformation ourselves at a large company. And so I'd like to know the decisions you made, build versus buy, when you started, and build versus buy today. It seems that you're spending a lot of money on tech. You invested a lot of money from what I read, and you're still burning a lot of money today. So how do investors see this? How do you justify this? And some of the decisions that you had to make, and your thoughts about this. I'd love to hear more.
I think that the main idea we need to realize that there will be no businesses without digital in the future. Everything will be digitalized, and companies, businesses which wouldn't be digitalized will be out of business. So as for me, I try to find as I said in my presentation, big idea, because I wanted to be different. I tried to find competitive advantages from scratch. Of course, it was a very risky way, because it costed a lot of money, but we succeeded. So, and I can't say that we burn money in IT. We invest, and now we are a profitable company. We invest in all our tech, in all our international developments from our profit. So it's not a burden, it's an investment. So I think that we don't have any other choices. We need to digitalize ourselves. if you want to be in the business.
Thank you very much. And the next question? Yeah.
So I agree with the first presentation when you mentioned about the famous brand that were unsuccessful in Vietnam because they didn't customize. I don't agree on the fact that is something that they didn't understand. It's something that they didn't want. So I'm really curious because your choice seems smart but different, right? That you said, even as a franchise, I'm more flexible. And I think that for this market, it's critical, but I want to understand why the thinking also in a perspective of building a global brand, how you accept this customization versus building a global brand. Because Starbucks, for sure, they can replicate in very fast, local products, cheaper, but they don't want to compromise and they accept to have just a small market share. So what about your thinking in terms of customization and building this global brand?
I think that every global product, every global concept must be both flexible, local, and has strengthness of a global product. If so, we decide how far we are ready to localize our concept. So, because if we localize too much, we will lose efficiency of global product or global company. We will need to manage a different concept in every country, and it would be crazy, and it would be a way to fail. So, but we need to find this balance. And as for us, we understand that there is a core of our business model. It's a pizza delivery, and all processes in the core are the same in all countries, but it's like a body of a human. But like style of clothes might be different, so we need to define what parts of our franchise we are ready to adapt, to localize. And pizza is a great product for localization, because people know what's pizza in every country, in every culture, but pizza can be very different in every market because it's constructed. We can make a real Vietnamese pizza using Vietnamese tastes and Vietnamese ingredients. For example, in Nigeria, we have completely different menu from, for example, Russia or Slovenia, and our signature pizza in Nigeria consists of fried bananas. And it's interesting that it's called Dodo in Nigeria. Dodo, it's fried bananas. So that is a way to find this balance between global strength and local.
Thank you very much. Anyone want to add anything? Yeah. Okay, sure. Thank you. Yep.
Hello. Thanks for coming to Vietnam and speaking and sharing your ideas with us. So my friend and I, before coming here, we actually had lunch at Dodo. But one thing, yeah, so we got to pre-eat. Very good, thank you. We tried a lot. So the question is, when we're sitting there, Bayman was there, Grab drivers were running in and out. And so my question is, as a brand owner, as a business owner, how do you kind of balance that need to grow and work with some of these platforms that turn you kind of into a commodity versus wanting to control that customer experience? Like, how do you find that balancing act? Because I realize it's very difficult. And you, as Dodo Brands, being a new brand to the market, you don't want to be lost amongst the shuffle, lost amongst the Pizza Huts and the Domino's and all of those other guys. So I'd just love to hear your thoughts about, maintaining that relationship and maintaining a brand.
Thank you.
Actually, it's a great question. Yeah. Okay, so the question how we balance, and actually it's good to check if I got it right, yeah? So the question is how we balance between the need to keep the direct relationship with the consumer and this quality of service and working with the industry standard now, the aggregators, which actually you are there just one of them on the shelf. And it's a great question because I think this is currently one of our biggest challenges. And our main thought in this direction is to make the experience with us so significantly better that the consumer, with not immediately, but once he tries our service. Actually, we are not talking about pizza. Yeah, the DNA of our offer, it's a pizza experience, which starts from the thought about eating something and ends with a review. Yeah, so it's the whole chain. And we, by keeping the delivery for ourselves and the service, we actually masterpiece every part of it. That's in the DNA of our brand. So, and we absolutely on the same concern. We want to keep that direction. And it's not easy. I mean, I almost use the wrong word, but it's not easy. So today, our plan is to invest a lot in the digital, in that experience, and the loyalty programs that we also discussed is in that way. We do understand that we will need for a certain time to work with aggregators. We actually believe that their marketplace model is a viable way to start to promote your brand, to get acquainted with the customers for the first try. But then we will invest a lot to convert them to ours. We don't have all the answers yet, but that's the way.
Thank you very much. Yep.
This is a two-part question. So the first part of the question is for Mr. Zomba, which is, in Southeast Asia, which markets do you think that you will open next, or do you have a priority of any? And the second part of the question is for Mr. Ovchinnikov, which is, where did Dodo come from? I mean, it's an extinct bird, so I'd like to hear that story.
Okay.
And actually, like in Vietnam, we have like that belief that like because Dodo is an extinct bird, so it shouldn't be the name of a brand. So that's just a Vietnamese belief. So I would very love to hear where that name come from.
Okay. So as for, do you hear me well? Yeah. I don't know because I hear myself too well, let's say. So. As for Southeast Asia, it's more or less untouched. So besides of Vietnam, we have in our pipeline Bali, which is actually a separate market for us. So we are not including Indonesia. It's just the Bali. So this is going to be our second island. It really is an island, by the way. So it will be island of our presence in Southeast Asia. And then we're actually ready to consider all other options. We actually tend to go to smaller markets because it's much easier to make a greater splash there, to build some brand awareness in the region. So if there is anybody from other markets, Cambodia, Laos, whatever, please feel free to drop me a line. I'd be more than happy to answer you. So. But just to sum it all up, at the moment it's just Vietnam and Bali coming up next year.
About Dodo, I think it's one of the most famous, favorite, popular questions for me. So, as I said in my presentation, I had global ambitions from scratch. So, and I wanted to create a name which could be very memorable, sticky, weird in every country. And even kids could very easy to pronounce and to remember, Dodo. And for example, in Russia, we have like a sound motto in our commercials, like Dodo, like ding, yeah, jingle. Yeah, so, and I think that good brands must, how to say it, where our minds stumble on, just why Dodo, and then you start to remember it. So I think now it was a good choice, because really in every country, even in China, I saw a picture when small kids walked through our pizzeria and said, Dodo pizza. And they said, yeah, they know it, they remember. That's why.
I would like to add just one funny story. So my one-year-old daughter was in a first commercial that we aired, and she was able to say Dodo without any lip sync, and she was just 1 year old. I'm sure that it really contributed to our success.
Thank you very much. Okay, the next question. Anyone else? Oh, okay. I would like to invite the lady from the far back. We have had a lot of questions from the front rows already.
So thank you for coming down today. I think the sharing has been really insightful. One question I do have is, you've been operating in Vietnam for about 2 years now. What was something that really surprised you about the local market here that you didn't expect, or something that really, something that really surprised you? And how are you using that understanding to further grow your business in Vietnam?
Well, I'll be very frank with you. So we actually launched Vietnam. It was a COVID time, so we actually had to adapt our model without really setting our foot onto Vietnamese soil. So it was all through Zoom calls and everything. So actually this year it was the first time I visited the source, or some of people from my team visited earlier. But you know, it's really like it's actually the same as in all other markets, but it's all different in the same time. So you know, it's still pizza, it looks like our pizza, but the menu is totally different. Even the sizes are different. So in all the other markets we have the line of 25 centimeter, 30, 35. Here we have 20, 25, and 30. So all these small steps, and of course the product is completely different. We had to study the customer patterns, the integrations, working with the aggregator. Everything is really, it's a different acquisition mechanics. Something we know that works in other country here. You know, here the market is quite competitive. Everyone's driving the bike, so it's really hard to stand out. So there is a lot of smaller differences, but the main insight when you visit Vietnam first time, it's really a huge market, and it's very different. Even within one city, there are so many. It differs. Every district is different. So there's like lots of smaller cities within the city. So for example, in one location it just doesn't go well, and in other it just booms from the very start. So we still have to understand more these patterns. But of course, first what we need to do is we need to build a presence here. We need to have more stores. So it's really hard to answer. So everything is different, but it's still the same pizza, the same product, same stores.
You know that saying, you know, every one of us unique exactly like everyone else, right? So it's a bit about that. But also, you know, what I got from here, we always, you know, and from the marketing standpoint, when we think about the product, we always need to think about the occasions when our product is consumed. And here it's an insight that it's really mostly a kind of occasion of some event, small event. Because, for example, in our you know, other markets, we have many markets where we are commodity. So someone doesn't want to cook today, this evening, and just he orders a pizza. Here it's more of a small event, and this is also, there's a lot of questions about customization and localization. So I think the insight we are taking from here, I'm taking from here as a responsible for the product, is that we need to assure that for the development of franchising, we will have these tools to adapt according to the occasion, the communication, the product itself, what we offer, and then to allow to our partners, depends on the market, to have flexibility to change the product.
What about me? I can say that our Vietnamese partners, they created the only one and first special playground for kids, which is like a Pizza Kids Academy, when families with kids can come, and we teach kids how to make pizza, and then kids feed their parents. And our partners, they made in one pizzeria special room for this event, and that is unique for our chain, and we will I think spread this experience in other markets as well, because it's a very popular and very successful thing.
Thank you very much.
So if you have kids, we invite you to our pizzeria. We will teach how to make pizza. Everybody.
A few weeks ago, when I was sitting at Dodo Pizza, I sat there for 2 hours, and I couldn't count how many families entered the store. Like mostly families, kids, and their moms and their fathers. Like, so I think that Dodo Pizza is actually very family friendly in Vietnam, and I love the workshop as well, the pizza workshops. Thank you. Next question.
This question is more for, I guess, for anybody on the panel. You have shared with us some screenshots and about your technology and the toolkits that you guys provide that's unique. Can you guys give us an example of what type of data that would be transparent to the franchisees and why that would be unique to Dodo?
You mean what do we share as a data? Or actually, we share everything, more or less. And our partners use it in different ways. We have partners actually. Further, I think mentioned this before about marketplace. Did you? Oh, I'm thinking the marketplace. No, you didn't. So, for example, we understand that we are building a system that can be open, and our partners can use the data from there to build their own apps, and then to actually to interconnect with it and close their very small needs. So we have partners that build Telegram bots and some schedulers for the shifts for the workers, etc. So that's about being open to the data, to the platform. But except of this, our openness has layers on corporate, on B2B. The sales are open. All our plans are open. We talk about failures as well. So
I can add that we even monitor happiness of our employees all over the chain, because every pizza maker, every delivery guy has a special personal account in our system where they could see schedules, salary, working hours, and they could give us feedback, and we could compare rating of happiness. To rate everything, like quality, service, happiness.
My colleagues now talked about very inspiring stuff, and I want to add something much more boring. We really share all the data that is needed to run the business efficiently. And of course, some, apart from high-level metrics like revenue, sales, average check, and so on, we can dive much deeper into all these retention stuff, cost of acquisition, and that is very valuable, especially for smaller markets, because in larger markets, local chains, partners, they can afford themselves nice RP solutions. But if we're speaking about the markets of like 10, 30, 50 stores maybe, they can never afford themselves such a complicated, adjustable, adaptive system, which gives them a lot of benefits.
Thank you very much. Okay. Next question.
Can you guys share a little bit about the cost of actually becoming a franchisee? How much would be the setup cost? What would be, given the data that you have now in Vietnam, how long it would take to break even in the market for someone to join your platform?
There are actually the most asked question. The capex, it depends on the market, so I'd say it's from $150,000 to maybe 250. But you need to much more to start, because if we're speaking about master franchising, we're not selling you the right just to open one store in this certain street. you are now a market, you own a market, so there is an delivery plan, so you have to build at least, so we actually want every market to be covered within a reasonable time. So if the market is big enough, it can be tens of $1 million. If the market is like 10 stores, still you have to secure financing of about like at least $2 million to start with, to open all the stores in the market within like 2-3 years, to assemble a startup team. So I'd say to start a master franchise, you need at least like $1 million for as smallest market possible.
Thank you. Any question? Next question, please. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Like need to be integrated into business, right? If you want to stay in your game. So, but I feel like where do you start? What is your starting point to investing technology? Because right now you have like a very big of IT teams, but for like someone who just starting, what is the time and like the resource that
way I survived, but when some entrepreneurs ask me, do they need or do I recommend to create their own software solution? Of course, I'm saying that think a lot of times when you start to do that, because it would be very, very risky path, because you need a lot of money. So as for me, when I started, I used the internet. I found 2 developers who became my partners, and I did a lot myself. I was the first product and project manager. I was first interface designer for our system. So and then I invest. We was unprofitable for 7.5 years. 7.5 years we burned money. All this time I ran for the in the market and tried to find finance for our business. So we succeeded, but you need to think, do you want to go this risky way? That's my point.
Thank you. Yep.
A personal question to Fedor. Fedor, for many of the Russian startups and entrepreneurs, you have become kind of icon and role model. And many young people draw inspiration from what you're doing in Russia and globally. So my question is there anyone in the world who is a role model for you when you do business?
I think all entrepreneurs, they're the same souls. Because we face the same challenges, and we are close in our character. We need to be more tolerant to risk. We need more stress resistant. Yeah, and I love stories of great entrepreneurs like Elon Musk. Even he's not a very nice guy in the character, but he's a great entrepreneur, great man. So I love Steve Jobs because he was not nice guy as well, as I read in the books. But he's really genius, and he made such great products. So, and people who build business from scratch and who do something impossible, they inspire me. No. I think everybody has some bad character.
Thank you. Before we move on with the, okay, I have a question. I have some question that we received from the live stream. Okay, so I have a question that what are the key lessons for Vietnam entrepreneurs aspiring to build global franchising businesses like Dodo Pizza? I think it's best if Alexander can give like a quick recap of your presentation for this audience. Do you mind? So.
Yeah, I think generally in Vietnam there is a big challenge for local entrepreneurs to go outside of Vietnam. There are multiple reasons for that. Some people are not confident about their capability, and same challenge as it to localize for Vietnam. It's very hard to go outside of Vietnam because if fish sauce is super popular in Vietnam, what's going to be the menu outside, right? So I think that learning from examples of others and taking the risk. Because right now in Vietnam, there are a lot of industries that grew organically and succeeded organically. And some people sit in this comfort zone. They enjoy having their profit every month, but they cannot grow. They are stuck. So taking this risk is the definition of entrepreneurship. Going to another country, starting something from scratch, that's entrepreneurship. It's not that you have some business that generates the same amount of profit every month. Another thing is that in Vietnam, Vietnam is very superstitious, and this is just cultural tradition. And when you go outside of Vietnam, you have to oftentimes forget about on which day you're going to open your store, what is the color of the door. It's really about going out and accepting the fact that the world is a little bit different, and sometimes it's weird, and it's okay.
Thank you, Alexander. Yeah. And okay, wow, a lot of new questions. I think a gentleman at the back. Yeah, thank you.
Yep, hello. First of all, welcome to the visa to Vietnam. Yeah, thank you so much for your first sharing about the Dodo visa story. We do inter-contraction, and which is honored to collaborate with Dodo visa to the first floor store in Vietnam. And I interesting about the idea, the manual concept for to develop your store in around the world. My question is, where is the manual concept come from?
You mean main concept of Dodo?
For design of your store.
Ah, okay. So I think that progress in society and humanity, or in business as well, is based on copying. We copy successful models. For example, Papa John's, you know, brand Papa John's, the founder copied Domino's model, Domino's Pizza. Domino's Pizza copied a successful model of like Italian pizzerias. So, and in this process, everybody put something new, develop, improve, and that is the progress. So, and of course, as for me, I studied successful models. Because when you start a business, I think you don't need, or maybe you don't need to invent something new. First of all, you need to survive. You need to study how to make profit, because profit, it's not a goal. It's like how to say it. It's like essential cause of business. If you don't have profit, you can't exist. So, and first of all, you need to study how to make money, how to make profitable business, and then improve, make innovations, and that's how Dodo Pizza started. And as I said, when I started Dodo Pizza, I was failed entrepreneur, and I didn't want to be fail one more time, second time. Really, I was bankrupt. I had just debts, and I started when I started Dodo Pizza. So I studied market and copied a pizza delivery model. It worked, really, and but then I improved.
Thank you very much. And next question. I think, lady, yeah, I have seen your hair a few times.
Sorry. Okay. So I know that the event today is more about technology-driven, and I've been seeing that technology-driven is one of your core value when it comes to Dodo Pizza. But it begs a question that even with the power of digitalization and transformations, what about people? How do you attract people, retain people, make sure that the right people is doing the right thing in the right time?
You mean company and our customers?
I mean, internal staff, your employees.
I see. I think that culture, real, vital culture is one of the strengths of our company. And the main factor of real culture is, how to say it, is values that really shared by everybody. As for me, I always try to attract people who share my values, first of all. And then like experience, expertise, and so on. And maybe my colleagues who work with me for years will add how our culture works, really.
I mean, that's one of the most amazing things that we have, the culture. And it's actually, it's a live organism, you know. It fuels itself, because when people select people by values and by culture, so they also select other people onto their team in this. And then actually you protect this culture, and we know culture eats strategy for breakfast, yeah? So, and this is how it works. You know, really, you know, we have some things. You know, I came to Dodo after like almost 20 years in experience in different organizations. Many of them are red, you know. And you know, one of the most amazing things, I was actually checking myself. Am I dreaming after like half a year? Is it still really like this? You know, we have a sentence, excuse me, it's also live translation, but we don't have assholes, you know, in our company. And it's really like that. And I couldn't believe that it can be like that. I was actually looking for them to be careful, you know, and I didn't find them, you know, and that's an issue. And then when every one of us hires, you know, when we have a employee profile, when we open a vacancy, he gets first to the HR, you know, person, and he can be brilliant specialist. He can be just top of the top, cream of the cream. He will not pass through if he doesn't share our values and culture. And that's a secret sauce.
Thank you. Hello. So my question is about balance, right? So how did you find balance between being profitable and how much did you want to invest in tech, especially as of now, your tech is being profitable. But in your early days, how would you find that balance, right? And the second balance, my question, a second question about balance is, how would you find a balance between, you know, being too transparent and, you know, manage the risk by being transparent? Okay, thanks.
So I think that balance between investments in our early stage, tax or like profit, it's not a formula, it's an art. So you need to feel it, and I think all startups go through this path. They need to find this balance, because sometimes you need to push your growth, and you need to feel that you are ready to it. Your team is ready. So sometimes you need to be more slowly, because you feel that you are not ready, and that's really art. That's why business is so interesting, and there is no formula to grow a startup. About second transparency, yeah. So it's a good question, and I think that our transparency limits only by common sense, really. We didn't have PR team for like 10 years. And everybody in our team could write anything in the social media, and I do not control it, really. And to add to the previous question about culture, I think trust is one of the core values of our culture, trust. And sometimes people make mistakes, but it's normal that people make mistakes, and they get feedback, then they become smarter, and of course this approach is can be very. Some people say that it's very risky, and it's a fear to act like this, but we do that, and common sense, culture, and transparency. We do not have any rules how to be really. We're quite big company. We do not have any rules how to be transparent or not transparent.
Thank you very much. And a question from the live stream. It's a question for Max. What are some of the biggest challenges that Dodo Pizza is facing globally?
That's good questions for me today. Thank you. I think what we realize today globally is that we are coming from the very strong position in our core market, and we felt confident there, and we actually have we think we have a good product, but what we want to have, we have an excellent product, and that today also to have it on a market where we're not known, that's something that we are in a stage of discovering, accepting, and working on. So we are now, we talk a lot about startup and entrepreneurship. So now it's a stage in our life when we are startup again. So globally, we actually want to reinvent ourselves and to take our product to the top-notch level. And that's the biggest challenge today. And it means all the things of the product. I mean, the basic stuff is good, but we want to make better the communication. We want to make the brand itself sharper, more globally meaningful, and digital experience. We talked about this a lot. That means a lot for us. So we digitalized pizza, and we want this experience to be perfect.
Thank you very much. Next question. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Alexandra. I'm currently launching an AI startup through one of the VC funds here in Ho Chi Minh. And my question is related actually to AI. What are your plans regarding this hype? Maybe you have already tested something, so just curious to know about that.
We play with it here and there, but not something big yet. We made an interesting thing. I don't know if you heard. We feel it's everyone heard about this, but we launched product that ChatGPT generated for us the recipe in Dubai. That became a nice story, more than even we expected. Yes, we adjusted a bit the recipe, but as always with AI, you need to be careful. I guess you can confirm. But also the guys in IT are playing with it here and there. We actually have in Hackathon now we developed a way to make an order through AI, through using actually generating the models. I don't know, maybe IT guys doing also something that I don't know personally. Maybe you can add something. I don't know, because one of the things of the this responsibility and freedom, that sometimes somewhere in the company something is happening that we just don't know, but then it booms and goes out. Yeah, this is what I know now. We want to see it in a customer way to try it a bit more, but nothing very big yet.
Thank you very much. And another question from the live stream. In a time when a lot of families in Vietnam are cutting costs, including not eating out as frequently as before, what would be your strategies to encourage people to try your new brand, Dodo brand?
In every time, even a bit harder, and we see it all over. I think this is the state of the economy last year, and it has different waves across different countries. But in all, so always people are trying to be careful with the cost. So what we believe that we have very good value for money, and people will always celebrate. That's the other thing, you know. And actually, you know, one of the things that is interesting in our business when there is economic difficulties, people actually cut costs in many other ways. But this is one of the things they can ready still to invest in, and this is small happiness. We actually believe that two main occasions for us. One is this mini event to, you know, to celebrate something given the end of the working week. So, I mean, this is a general thing. But in terms of the specific things which we do, and this is our, relates to the question before on loyalty program, we invest a lot when consumer engages with us and buys from us in the app. We always strive to give him a good deal. Yeah. So we have a name that using our app, he will understand it always can make a good deal. So it could be an offer, it could be some mission with some added value, it could be some discount and different things like that. So this is our way to keep it. We want actually consumer, the way of his thinking will be, okay, I want to order a pizza, I want to eat pizza, let's see what offers Dodo has for me in the app. And that's where we invest.
I just want to add a couple of words. Actually, Max told it pretty right about Vietnam, but in general, pizza is a product that is really great in crisis. We witnessed it in several markets, especially in Russia. There were two major economic unstable situation within like 2 years, and every time our sales boomed. And actually, pizza is really a cheap thrill. Every time there is some uncertain situation, so people don't know will they have a job tomorrow. They don't know, but today they do have it, and they want to have pizza. That's how it works. And I also talked to people from other similar industries, like chocolate sales also went higher, alcohol, of course, and pizza.
Thank you very much. Any question? Thank you.
Have you ever considered licensing your software? Starting a software company and basically spinning it off and licensing
It's the second popular question for me. No, because it's our strategy, and software market is tough, competitive, different, and a different product. So we will go our way, making one product. I mean, franchise, digital together.
Thank you very much. And any next question? Thank you.
You mentioned earlier about 7 years or 7.5 years of burning money while you're running the business. And definitely you've been handling a lot of your partners with dealing with this, like explaining that, yes, you are transparent, you're showing it to your blog. So how can you explain to your partners that this is not a waste of burning money? This is a really a good long-term investment. How can you convince those partners, like those other partners saying that they're thinking to short-term vision about this? Because for me, for example, I have a Russian business partner. We have this kind of contest. Sometimes it's me who's short-sighted, sometimes it's him, but sometimes we do, what you call this, clash, or sometimes we ended up pitching to an agreement and such. So I want to get more advice, especially with your culture. It's hard for an Asian to run a business together with a Russian, to be honest. Sorry.
I really understand you, and I think that is a mission of entrepreneur to sell future. you need to sell future for investors, for employees, sometimes for your wife or for your husband, because it's for me, that's a period when our company was unprofitable. I had to explain to my wife why do not we have money, because I invested all my private money, my personal money in this business. So I need to clarify that pizzerias and franchise pizzerias, all this period were profitable, of course, because we had a profitable unit economy. But the whole company, especially the head company, which developed IT solution, was unprofitable. So, and I needed to sell the future every time to encourage our investors to believe in us. And as I said, I didn't manage to convince professional investors. That's why I found another solution. And I think that limitations like lack of resources, lack of experience, pushed me to find great solutions, creative solutions like crowdfunding and a lot of things that we invented during our way. So maybe my advice is you need to sell this future, or maybe you need to sometimes you need to change your partner, because people are different, yeah. Because some people are not tolerate with risk or with long-term ideas. So, and maybe you need really to change partner, why not? Or maybe to need to change your business. Because we need to find an idea which is fit to our individuals, to our character. Because I think that the path that I went through, it was really hard, and you need to when some young entrepreneurs ask me how they could achieve such results, I answer them, try to think, do you want to go this way, because it's very risky, and during this way you wouldn't have money for personal life. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And a question from the live stream. Since Vietnamese people are growing more concerned about food health and food hygiene, can you share what criteria is the food supply of Dodo Pizza?
Okay, in every market, we actually pizza itself is a very clean product. So it's actually consists of very known, understandable things. So it's the dough is just made of 6 ingredients. It's flour, water, it's oil, yeast, sugar, salt, and that's it. And it's the same in every country. And that's what the pizza consists of the most. Then there is natural mozzarella, and in all our markets we use natural mozzarella with. Then there is a pizza sauce, which is imported from Italy. So these are the 3 main ingredients, and they are we are absolutely sure about that. And then there are meat ingredients, which are localized mostly. So in Russia we have a complex system of checking the supply quality. In other markets, of course, they are not that mature to build this kind of system, but still we share this experience, how to assess the supplier's quality to our franchise partners so they can do it themselves. So we just share the experience, how to maintain how to select the suppliers, how to source locally. We have these horizontal conferences where all the supply chain managers in all the countries, they just get together and discuss the quality issues. But the main thing, I think, the pizza is also a very clean product. That's the basement of our success in this case. And then you just fine-tune the rest. They are really hard to spoil it, let's say.
Thank you very much.
My question is very simple. You have more than 900 restaurants, right? Do you still own some personally?
We have 95% of our chain is franchise, so we own about like 45 or 50 stores, I don't remember exactly, and that is because we treat our franchise, our corporate stores just as a franchise, so it's like a franchise to us. They convey to the same rules, same principles, so it's the franchise partner that is owned by us, because we are, first of all, we are a franchise company. So we need our corporate stores just to stress test some ideas which seem to be too risky to bring it on the table for franchise partners. So that's how it works.
I can add that we strongly believe that we always need to have corporate stores, because we need to have our skin in the game. We need to feel the business, feel customers. So, for example, now we are focused on Middle East market, and we started to develop our own corporate stores in Dubai, because we need to show our partners that we are in the game as well.
Thank you very much. Any next question? Wow, we still have so many questions.
Hello, and my question is about your strategy and your vision about marketing and branding. So we can see like there is a lot of established brands already about pizza in Vietnam. They have, like capture a very significant market share already. So as a newcomer, like Dodo, beside the applications of your site, like you based on technology already, but beside the application, I want to know like what kind of things that make you unique and really differentiate yourself with the other competitors right now.
So, it's really a bit different on the stage of the market and the brand on it. So at the beginning, it's always these two sides for every communication or marketing campaign. Is the part that you rely on image, on brand, and part you rely on product or promo. So at the beginning, when we enter the market, so we focus on product. Yeah? So we communicate its things, which is tasty, fast delivery, great service, very basic stuff. We always, for every market, we are now defining the things that will be for us the main things to rely on them, and it could be taste, for example. It could be delivery, it could be a digital experience. But once we develop more in the market and we cover the area enough, we have more strength, we can invest more in the marketing, then we start to invest more into the image and talk about our uniqueness. And our brand today, what we define is that we still didn't well enough translated this to English, but it's about external way of caring to what consumers want, to how they want to get the experience. We're really obsessed inside, and this is what we translate in the brand with every piece of the consumer experience, with how we choose the ingredients, how we make the order, the digital experience, the review there. How we, for example, we have a system that consumers can give scores to the taste of pizza, not just for the overall experience. And we measure all those things. So, and slowly, once the market are growing, we start to talk more about image, about the brand. But at the beginning, it's mostly the product.
Thank you very much. And I think I see a hand down here. A question? Yeah.
I have only one question to ask. What are the new trends that you are expect to emerge in the F&B industry in Vietnam in the next 2 years?
Can you repeat, please? I'm not sure I got the question.
So my question is, what are the new trends in the F&B industry in Vietnam that you expect to emerge in the next 2 years?
I guess
Food and beverage trends. Food and beverage trends in the next 2 years. What do you expect?
I mean, we can just, discuss all of it together, but I think what happens with the growth of the economy here is that more Western brands will come here. They will invest more in communication and the product. So, because we see here a lot of food has a bias to traditional Vietnamese food. And it's a lot of, F&B, which is a small, like you go to neighborhood, and you eat their Vietnamese food, and it's very accessible. But as the economy grows and the population become a bit more westernized, more access to the outer world, so I think this for sure will go and grow. The Western brands, the Western type of products, etc. That I can see now, but a bit deeper I wouldn't add now.
After living here for 8 years and living generally in Southeast Asia, I noticed that Vietnam is the most focused on all of the small parts of the food. It's not just the taste that we have is just one thing, and then the scent and how it's served. And the only thing that I see very different in Vietnam and how international milk tea got here, it's texture. And I understood that most of the Vietnamese people, when they compare all the food, in the end, it's always about the texture. And it goes to every single thing. If you look at the entry of all of the foods, I think McDonald's and KFC sell only chicken. And because that chicken only they have, local companies cannot offer that texture. And same with milk tea and same with other things. And maybe Dodo will invent something for texture which will blow pizza out of proportion and will become mainstream food.
Thank you. I think personally, I think the trend for the next 2 years will be like every restaurant in Vietnam will run 4 Michelin's guide. Okay, thank you. That is the end of the Q&A sections. And I just want to remind you that in 15 minutes, there will be a conversation between Fyodor and Balat Dusanov, chairman of Contact Cons, and you're welcome to join. We will have a 15 minutes break. But before the break, I would like to thank you, our panel, Alexander, Max, Fyodor, and Ilya. Give them a big applause. Thank you very much. Okay, everyone, I would like to introduce Mr. Bolat Dusanov, the chairman of Contact Cons. Thank you. Thank you for joining us today.
Hello, team Catecons, Dodo, guests, the partners. So I think this part was not planned. It's, thanks to the Ngok, Mr. Ngok, from the CEO of the Dodo Pizza, who asked to make a little bit like a dialogue where we can open up the two companies' culture. Yeah, so I think it's. I think so. Let's start. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, so we chosen like very promptly. We chosen the topic, the cities of future. Yeah, I think it's. I would like to a little bit share about my view first, and then those are the things I've been thinking during the COVID. You know, if you remember, right, all of us been in lockdown, right, and then we see the challenges of the epidemic, right, is absolutely. I mean, the cities was not prepared, right? You remember the few months we've been locked down in a house, right? In the apartments, in a very tiny apartments, and we don't know what's going to be tomorrow. That time I start to think, what we all the time thinking, oh, city of future, how does it look like? It looks very nice. There is flying cars. There's a flying. This is a transportation. A lot of the robotics. But what are the challenges, right? How the cities of futures, yeah, gonna face the challenge, gonna face the problems, right? If you look at and from this topic, I would like to tell very honestly that I know further a bit. I mean, quite few years I've been following his writing, and I tell true that in Katikon many ideas I borrowed from the further, yeah, and I think it's what I can see very clear, the future residents of the cities of future, Dodo or Drink It or all the companies under the Dodo brand, I think is a right resident. It's a right company of the future who fully deserve to be part of the dot ecosystem, the part of those cities, right? Where the people are very transparent, where the people are very open, the people are very there's convenience and there is entertaining part, right? And we truly say, even if you look at in Ho Chi Minh, they have four pizza stores, and I believe that you can see very big difference. The moment you enter to the Dodo Pizza, and the moment you enter to any other competitor, I'm not going to say name, yeah, but you see the difference. You see how bright it is, how transparent it is, how nice it is. What I see is so my first things is further. What do you think is let's a little bit debate and Dodo as a resident of the city of future. Yeah, so your thoughts.
Thank you, Balat. First of all, I want to say that yesterday I had a tour through the office of your company, and I was really impressed. That's a very huge company, and I was really impressed that you guys in Balat are doing in transforming culture, transforming company. So we watched the presentation about the values, about your activities. So yeah, I was really impressed. And what about future? So we are not a huge company. We are a very young company. I founded Dodo Pizza company just 12 years ago, and we have done a lot of things in a very unusual, different ways. And our competitors and some colleagues in the market sometimes say about our approaches like, was it possible? Because we really do a lot of things in a different way. So, for example, our company is organized very unusual. We do not have KPI, key performance indicators. And what does it mean? Our managers do not have any special bonuses which are defined by figures. So, and a lot of people outside of our company are surprised how it works, why. So, and I strongly believe that our results, and we achieved, I can say, great results in 12 years, were impossible if you wouldn't have such approaches. So, KPI, key performance indicators. Why don't we have it? Because I think that KPI force people to not to achieve great results. Because when you try to set a goal as a KPI, you want to be sure that you want to ensure yourself from a fail, because you will earn less money, because everybody has families and people try to insure themselves. So, and we want our people to set great goals, ambitious goals. And when you set ambitious goals, you, I think that 99% of, in 99% cases, people failed, but they anyway achieved great results. For example, if you set like big goal and you achieve just 70%, it would be a great achievement anyway. So, and we want to think big, we want to shift great results, we want to shift expectations. So, and the second is that, for example, KPI, they split company into the teams, and teams start to compete between each others. For example, finance team always has goals that conflict with marketing team, for example, because marketing want to attract more customers, more sales, and finance want to reduce costs. And when we set KPIs for different teams, we split the company. And but we want our teams to create one product, one value, because every team in the company contribute to in the final to one product. So and trust. If you set KPI, it means that you do not trust people, because you don't trust their professionality, because you do not trust that people could work just for their professional motivation. So, and that approach is unusual, and why I'm talking about that, because we are talking about future, and I think that in the future all companies must be very competitive, and a lot of companies must to change themselves, because old approaches wouldn't work in all businesses in future. So, and that's why I think in our culture we have a lot of things that fit the future, and I want our company to keep it in the future, and to be modern, innovative company in the future as well, not to be a big corporation.
So you believe that future companies of future don't have KPI, right?
I think that some products that are needed in future needs approaches which must avoid KPI, because you can't manage talented people, individuals using KPI. Only you can manage, you can attract great talents if you trust them, if you give them resources, opportunities to make great products. But KPI, it's an instrument of control.
Let me add that things is, look, I think is that we have quite, I mean, in a society, in business society, also having a little bit different perception about what does it mean, KPI, right? De facto, in my opinion, KPI is a key performance indicator. So it means it's a performance indicator. The question is, if I'm working as chairman, I have some performance indicator, right? But among, let's say, 20 performance indicator, I have some key, like a 1 or 2 or 3, right? That's where I should focus, and where let's say, the whole system or board or strategy wants me to focus. It doesn't mean that I'm not going to come and do other performance indicators. We have one HR, we have 2 HR here, who I guess I believe they know us better than me. So the issue is every person, what I see now in the business society, KPI has changed the essence of the things. Right now, the KPI became a part of the, like KPI is equal to the bonus or what the company wants from you, right?
Yeah, I meant that KPI as a bonus,
So what you're saying? So you're saying you don't want to bind KPI to the bonus system?
Yes. We have a lot of indicators. We have a lot of metrics in our business, focus metric, but we do not pay for metrics. That's about motivation system.
Okay. This is a different.
Yeah.
I guess that is. How many shareholders of Catecon? We have 10,000 shareholders of Catecon, and they start to worry now. when you're saying is that the company will not have any KPI, the companies of future don't have a KPI, it's going to be, it's quite difficult, right? But what people want, what investors want, right? Who trust their money, right? To buying a shares or investing in you, what they want to have a predictability. What do they want? They want not only the, let's say, believe, don't believe, right? They want to see, I want to have a predictability. I want something to control.
Yeah.
I want, like, tomorrow be better than today. Other case, I'm going to cash out and keep it in the gold or Bitcoins. You have, okay. What are the most important metrics for business?
Like North Star, yeah, one.
For Dodo or for me? What do you think?
I think capitalization, because we are not public company comparing with Catecon, yeah. But I think capitalization shows a lot of things, like belief in future and long-term future. For me, it's the main metric.
Main metric, capitalization.
Yeah.
Cool. So what do we see, since we have a few, we have a Cateconers here, right? So now, depend on the stage of the company, we have for sure, and I believe it's capitalization not will be all the time the metric, right? It's in certain stage it will be maybe different. To me personally, what I see is how much we can gain a trust. Yeah, it's very difficult. It's very difficult metrics. What can measure? There is some non-linear the way of the measuring the trust, right? Like client retention or repeat sale or PE multiples to your earnings, right? Or the score of the ESG scoring. There is some, but there is no linear. But what we see that right now our company in a stage where we need to gain the trust that this is the company of the future. Yeah, this is what we talk about the city of future, right? And what we need to do, we need to, if we imagine the concept of the city of future, we need to have a residence. We no need only to having the physical buildings, we need to have a residence. What kind of residence, what kind of the principles, what kind of the values will be survived, will be defined, right? Will be living, right? Because we as a society, as a society, we have to think, right? Right now, I'm saying I'm not happy with the way how let's say we live. I'm not happy. I believe, and I think we don't need to have another COVID, or we don't need another very huge kind of catastrophe, right? Or climate changing thing that we need to come and change the way of our living, or change, or putting the revaluing, let's say, redistributing our focus, right? Where we got to put, right? So coming back to the metrics, coming back to the values, what we can do there. Trust as let's say, as a basis for that our clients, the society, the government, stakeholder, the shareholders, our people believe that we are truly building the company of the future. We're truly building the resident of the city of future.
How do you measure trust?
Again, there's no linear. For example, we have a very nice metric we call repeat sale. Yeah, so that if the client come back, yeah, so one of the KPI, yeah? KPI for our project directors, for our site manager, will the customer come back or not? Yeah? If the person works, if the person focus, right, and deliver the great product, right, and then we don't want to go to the bidding again. We don't need to go and spend the 6 months and try to prove that we are best again. So we want to save those 6 months for our customer. We want to show that we are fair to him. We are having a proper quality. We are having a higher standard on the safety, and we're going to deliver on time. One of them is another is what I see is the multiple to the PE, yeah, the price to earning. Yeah. So higher the multiple, it means that people believe, oh, those companies have a future. I'm going to pay and I'm going to buy those shares much more higher than averagely I'm supposed to buy, right? Or let's say how much I will make money on a deposit, right? What does it mean? Those are some multiples to be showing I trust to that company. I trust to the company future. The same as ESG scoring. So there is no direct measurement, but there is a non-linear, non-direct things. What we see is very difficult to put as a KPI. Yeah, I think those things how we see. Is okay, clear? Yeah. No questions. So, any maybe if we do this, to have a nice question, yeah? And any maybe from the team, yeah? Any questions about the cities of future, yeah, or the residents of the future, or there is I don't know, challenges, the trends, right? How do you see? Yeah, Alex. Okay, thank you for comments. I would like to a little bit share that yesterday we also had an event here, and Mr. Ngok, right, the CEO of Dodo Pizza, come to me and said, okay, I would like to say thank you for Katikons, for, let's say, for this, even the team has paid, right? Yeah, they say the way how we built, this is the speaking room, this facility, and this is actually you are the first external person who are talking. Yeah, usually we had a few sessions mostly among inside Katikons and or the partners, right?
Thank you for host us.
No, guys, we got received. We got money for it. So regarding the construction, maybe I will a little bit later on to discuss, but I want to have a further question. We been for almost 18 years, we've been a B2B company. We see the 100 million people, Vietnamese people potential. We see the potential exit for the international, yeah? But what we very strong and the very strong opportunity, what we are not, let's say, exposed, it's a B2C. And this is not a secret. I think it's B2C part many times been in our strategic stations of the Katikons. We've been thinking how we can enter to maybe in a housing or in the retail or something where we, from one side it will be diversification, from another side it will be try to find the synergy. Yeah. So what do you think about, let's say, Katikons, Dodo, retail? What's your view on it? How, for example, can you help us, since you've been so many years here, how help us to Katikon, how we can enter to the B2C market?
We do both businesses, B2B and B2C, because we sell franchise and we sell pizza, so B2B and B2C. But I think we're mostly B2C company because our final product is B2C. In my opinion, what can I advise? You like transforming from B2B to B2C needs to change mind, really, like approach to business. It's different, it needs different mind of business, and maybe you need to start like inside startup, which would be B2C startup, and like really independent startup, or maybe you can buy B2C company, because it's very difficult to change the core. If you have B2B spirit, it's very difficult to change your mind to B2C, really. I can add that some companies which are not franchise companies, we are franchise company. Only 4 or 5% of our pizzerias are corporate, rest are franchise. So, and I see a lot of cases when corporate retail business want to launch franchise, and they failed because they can't transform from a corporate way of thinking to franchise. So it's that's important thing I can advise. Just maybe startup. You need to make a startup, corporate startup.
Can you tell me a little bit more about how is like innovation, R&D and innovations, this spirit, right? How you designing those processes and how you encouraging or motivating it?
I'll try to say some practical things first of all. In our company, we're a very transparent company, and in our company we have a lot of inner events when different team present what they done. I mean, new products, new markets, and it's like inner conferences. And the goal of these conferences, one of the goals, is to encourage another teams to create something new. When you see that somebody of your colleagues, of your teammates, has made something great, you want to make great as well. It's like it's motivation. It's a great motivation. by examples. We did it every week. Every week, every month, we have, in our company, have a tradition. So every week starts from Dodo weekly call. We name it Dodo weekly call. When we tell all product news in our company. We show new mobile app features, we show new pizzas, we tell about, even about failures. And the aim of this meeting is to encourage people to create. To motivate people not by KPIs, or by creation, by do something great.
Yes?
What do you mean by R&D? I think that the most of our budget is dedicated to innovation, because we develop product which is called franchise, digital franchise, and it needs a lot of new features every time. So retail business is very small comparing with franchise business with this. So, and different teams, different startups in our company or different projects has they decide they decide how much money to spend to R&D. For example, our international market, they have budget, and they decided maybe this at this stage of development they need to invest more money into R&D. And I prefer decentralized approach. Three key expectations from it depends. We prefer to set like business goals. So every market, every team has different business goals.
Let me add a little bit about R&D. I shared my story 2 years ago. I think it's maybe people remember that we set it up R&D department. And I think it's head of the R&D department came, they prepared the budget. And I think this is a budget. This is we look at the Japanese company, we look to the Korean companies, this is how much they're spending based on the revenue, about I think about 1% or 1.5% of the revenue they're going to spend for the R&D. This is approximately, we are asking this kind of the budget. That time we start to a little bit think and say, oh, why we need to have a special people who think about R&D. So we have 2,200 people. Yeah, but why among the 2,200 people, only the few chosen people have to think about R&D, have to think about how to improve the things, and other people, what are going to do? They say no. So then, again, this is the idea. I think this is idea been for 3 months. We keep thinking, and after that we said, okay, we want to dissolve that department at all. Because we do not believe that R&D should belong to the one department or to the certain kind of the cost. So we have 65 projects on time right now, the live sites. We have 65 the projects under construction. Those people, the R&D, those people come, please find out the way how we can do, let's say, more efficient, faster, more with more quality, right? This is the things. And if you will come and say, okay, no, there is a certain other team, chosen people, superior people will think about R&D, and after that, those people will come and give you the instruments how to do better, right? Maybe it's maybe a little bit different style. Yeah. So I think it's what I realized for the almost 18 years the history of the Katekon, our R&D department we had only for 3 months. This is life of the R&D department was only 3 months. So this is a little bit story about how do we think about R&D and the costs. Yeah. So we still believe that there is among the 1,000 people, they will have some idea, and we hope that we can properly catch. Yes, it is a difficult how to catch those ideas, how to make sure those ideas comes up and is a paid proper attention and finally it's realized, because the bigger the company is, more difficult to promote, yeah, to be heard, right? So I think this is the challenges, I guess, in many companies. This is a few words about R&D, and so what I'm saying is we keep moving out about the cities of future. Yeah, so maybe I would like to ask the team, yeah, who's the people here, do you have the view, right? That maybe anyone can come and say that, how do you think that city of future, what are the key elements should be in a city of future? Where is the line, yeah? Where is the line where we can say, okay, today this is not a city of future and this is a city of future? Yeah, so is it because is it housing, is the way of the entertainment, is the way of the working, or the way of the transportation, yeah, way of the security? So any idea from, or further, maybe you have idea. So what are the key components in your view? How to define, let's say, this is a city of future and this is not a city of future?
For me, city of future need to be digitalized, of course. Need to be convenient. So it's like it would be like a smart city when everything in this city would be connected in one system, and like shops and cars and apartments, residents. So if you ask me about city of future, I just share my idea. Yep. When it was COVID pandemic, there were a lot of ideas about the delivery would conquer the market and everything that offline. I do not know about Vietnam, but in Moscow there were a lot of talks that offline shops would not exist in future, and I do not believe in this. So I think that it's very hard to imagine a world which there are a lot of robots or delivery drivers in the street. Mm-hmm. So and I think that it would be so in future, and offline would live happy life, and because it's experience. So that's why we are a delivery company, but we believe and we develop offline pizzerias, because we think that it needs to be a place where our customers could see,
can touch, feel something, yeah?
Feel, and real life, real space, real city works in a different way as comparing with the digital world. If you have pizzeria, nobody can like move it. It's here. It's in life of citizens. But in digital, somebody could buy traffic, and you can lose traffic, lose attention. So, as for me, I believe in a balance that city of future would be convenient, smart, and it wouldn't be delivery robots everywhere. I hope.
Thank you, thank you. So, any idea from audience about cities of future? Any crazy, innovative? Okay, so I think it's timing, so let's I will little bit summarizing. So first of all, for those people who just joined, I would like to give a little bit the brief of the Fedor and his company. There is many people say this is this is an IT company with a pizza front end. Yeah, so this is the full back end is IT. It's a very much the data-driven company. I think it's for the 12 years. The Fedor made a very miracle from the very small city in Russia. Right now, he's the fastest growing pizza chain in the world. Right, and this is definitely, I believe, is because of the two main, at least my view is because of the two main things. First of all is the principles, the values what the founder has, right? And I'm sure that it's not only the vision, right? I believe there's many mistakes. Maybe you corrected something, right? But the values, what founder has is values like a transparent, to be transparent, to be open, right? To be creative, with having the trust, yeah, to the people, right? To the team. And the second is a huge focus on the technology. Yeah. So right now, what we see for the Caticons, and since we have a few there's top managers in the Caticon also came here. So what I see is our challenge, right? So we're holding the top positions in our construction market, but in general, this is we cannot just stand on the top and be proud of that. Okay, we are the number one, and that's all. The key question we need the transformation process. It should be non-stop process. We need to keep transforming. Like our Mr. Lamas, our CEO, all the time saying, so we need to have a mega project. We need to have a most difficult project. Only through the difficult and most challenging project we can transform ourselves. We can get, and I really like that philosophy. So reason why if you see the last few years, our ambition is we try to get something more than what we can do, right? It's a little bit not super safe from the risk management. Yeah, but I think it's still manageable, So what I see is that I definitely believe that Dodo Brands company is a company and a resident of the city of future. I believe that Caticons is on the way. Yeah, we also want to be a big component of the cities of future. I would like to really see that our Caticoners, our unicorners, our guests, right, the people from those are the true residences, right, with the right values, with the focus on technologies, right, with being transparent and looking forward. Not how to make money or how to live today, how to secure today, but questions. Here is the average age, I guess, about 35 years old, average. The future in our hand. Again, the future in our hand. Is everything depend on us? What kind of world we want to build? What kind of the values we want to choose? What kind of the behavior and what are the steps we want to choose? It's in our hand. It's not in the hand of the corporate. You look at a very, very, very great example, right? For 12 years, build up it's almost $1 billion. This year going to hit $1 billion. $1 billion in revenue for 12 years. Company from the very small city in Russia. Yeah, so nothing impossible. Yeah, so further, thank you for visit.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for visit.
To be here. Thank you.
Thank you, team. Yeah, so I hope that this is inspire. If it's little bit, make some bright, some light in your views. We are very happy. So, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for joining us today, and I would like to invite Mr. Ruslan Karabukayev to go on stage and present our guest speakers with beautiful bouquets to thank them for joining us today. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of the conference Innovation Insights with Fyodor Ovchinnikov by Dodo Pizza. We wish all the best for Dodo Pizza. We hope that Dodo will grow strong and expand all over Vietnam. Thank you very much for joining us today.